Let me just post the link here, and then we should be okay. I'll just wait a couple of seconds before getting into it today. As the title suggests, we're going to be looking at Bitwig today. And I want to do a few other things before that. Mainly one thing before that. Talk a little bit about how I'm going to handle conversations with Projector. And what the goal is for that series. Because I have the first batch of new uploads ready. But I'll just wait a little bit for people to join in. And then we can get started. So if you're joining, just shoot me a message in the chat so that I can see that I'm live. I do already see one concurrent viewer, but it usually takes a little bit of time to get into it. YouTube is starting to push ads on live streams now, where there's automatic ad insertion and that kind of stuff. I just want to have that turned off for my stream because I don't really want the ads on the live experience. Doesn't really work that well because then you are always like behind on the stream. If you want to continue watching, if I'm in the middle of a conversation and it turns on an ad or something like that, you can skip back in YouTube live streams, but still. Already having such big latency issues, it's not a good idea to add even more latency to that for some viewers who then get an ad and then are even more behind on the stream. There's the label. Somebody's on the label account watching. Oops. Doesn't matter. Either way, I see that there's some people. Which version of Bitwig will you be using? It might be our Switch accounts. Okay, perfect. At least I know who it is now. I'll have to check. It is version 5, but I'm not sure which sub version. We'll look into that later because I want to look into something else before. Let me just post this over here real quick. Let's see if that worked. Yes, it did. Here you can see the thumbnails that I've been working on today for the new series of Conversation with Projector episodes. For those that don't know, that series is going to move to a different channel because on the main channel it is not really performing very well. Like not everybody is interested into it and therefore people don't really click on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try maybe a little bit of a different, as you can see, this is kind of like the format that I'm going for. And I just kind of want your opinions on the thumbnails, if they're standing out, if you can guess what they're about from the thumbnail itself. Some of them have text in them, of course, so you can see exactly what it's about. But there's 8 different thumbnails. There's going to be 2 streams divided up into 4 episodes each, and they're all going to be like 20 minutes long, maybe 15 to 20 minutes long per series, and there will then be maybe like 6-7 topics per video. And then usually what I do is I'll have a few small ones and a few big ones. So there's a few long ones in there where I talk for maybe a couple of minutes. And then there's 1 or 2 that is just like a very short one where it's maybe like 30 seconds or something like that. Just stream moments so that people have a way to rewatch certain parts of the stream which are actually interesting, where I actually have an interesting conversation. So that's what I've been up to, and that's going to go on its own separate channel. I'll probably post the first one tomorrow. There's another thing happening tomorrow, and that is that in the month of May, I'm going to be releasing 2 shorts a day as opposed to 1 short a day. I'm going to try to do a little bit of an experiment. There's a few things involved with that, in that right now, when it comes to my YouTube analytics, most of my views happen on a certain period. I can show that probably somewhere in here. Audience. Yeah. As you can see, most of my views happen on the afternoon here and in the evening, roughly. And there's almost no views for me during the night. So what happens usually is at midnight, my views suddenly drop down. I might get 300 views an hour up until like midnight, and then it goes 100 for midnight to 1, and then it may go 90 or 80, and then it goes even lower still. So what I want to do next is I want to try mitigating that effect a little bit. Yo, damn, can't stay long, but glad to see the Bitwig again. I will be trying it in a little bit. Should be fun. To be honest, it's just about the amount of complaints that I'm having with Ableton. But that's the one thing that I want to try. I want to try to up these numbers a little bit and make it a little bit more stable in terms of when I'm getting views. And the second thing is I just want to see what it does for the channel if I'm just posting double the amount of shorts. So for a month, I'm going to be doing that. It is taking a lot of preparation, and I prepared the whole month of April for that, finding extra sounds, finding extra like funny intros that I can do. So there will be one of the funny intro ones and one of the normal or the non-funny intro one shorts per day. I'm not going to do any sample challenges and stuff like that because those take very long to make. So I just want to focus on the shorts that I can now do quickly, which is the ones that have the funny intro and the ones that are just normal explanation of something in music production. So those two things. So there's going to be two shorts, one normal one and one with a funny intro every day, and I'm going to alternate. So there will always be a short on the same time that they're coming out now, and then there will be one in the evening. So hopefully that second one in the evening fills up a little bit of that gap where I'm getting fewer viewers. So that's essentially what is going on in the month of May for me. That's also when I'm going to be uploading all these videos over here to this second channel, but I'll probably post a few of them to the main channel as kind of like a community post so that you guys can find it as well. And then from there, the algorithm should start to distribute them amongst my viewers as well, at least the ones that are interested in this particular content, the content that I make from the stream. Anyway, here we have Bitwig. Let's get into it. Hi, Projector in chat. Welcome, Barono. Welcome, Mind B. Mongula. Dash Glitch, obviously. And On Gats. And I Hate It Here Season 2. Welcome as well. Dash Glitch, when you create live stream to create track like Deckle or Captain Hook. I did do a video long time ago about Captain Hook, but I no longer do like artist requests, because I found that usually people just use it to copy an artist, and that's not something that I want to contribute to, because I think that getting your own sound and trying something new, trying to experiment and try to make something of your own is very, very important. So I don't want to really contribute to kind of, I guess, people copying other people's work. The best thing about using Ableton is how amazing it is to bounce sounds when you're using other DAWs. That's something that we're going to be experimenting with today. I have a list of things that I want to do. Kick and bass creation, basic drum sequencing, synth sequencing, one-shots and arrangements, resampling, sound design plus warping, and then finally some automation. I don't want to get into the grid and that kind of stuff anymore. We looked into that the last time that I did the Bitwig stream, which was probably like a year ago. I had to reinstall it. As you can see, I'm still running the demo version. Of course, switching DAWs is a very big commitment, so I don't want to already pay some money and jump in head first. I want to actually consider how this would impact my workflow. And I'll just keep a pen around here so that I can take some notes if I have to. This might end up being something that is interesting for a video as well, who knows? As in kind of giving my thoughts or my first impressions on Bitwig, considering the switch, this or that, whatever it is. So what I want to start off with is making a kick and bass. That should be pretty easy. Extend your macros of random stuff. I don't know what that means. I'm scared. Is there something wrong with the interface? Did I already do something wrong? Mixer, device, macros, detail editor, automation lane. Do I need to set up something? On-screen keyboard panel. Ah. So there's like a keyboard there. Show output monitoring panel. It's like a DJ setup, I guess. Where's the thing now that I had before? Oh, here. So this is the browser. This allows you to find different things. These are all of the effects, I'm assuming. I don't see any of my plugins in here. Okay, here are my plugins. So it's first all of the effects that are in Bitwig itself, I think, and then it just goes into all of your plugins. Of course, once I would get into this DAW, I would probably set up some kind of organization for it. So I'm not really going to judge it on how fast it is loading a plugin or something like that, because I assume that once you actually set up something for that, it becomes a lot faster. Maybe you need to set up the sample folder. Where do I find samples? Here. Samples and clips. There is no sample folder in here. Or is this project samples? My library. File browser. Can I not open up this folder then? Double click expand. Doesn't do anything. Maybe it doesn't find it because I recently did add sound content location. Give me 2 seconds. I will set this up. I did recently install like a temporary hard drive for a little bit, and that messed up all of the letters. So now, yeah, here we go. This is where the samples should be. Okay, but we don't really need the samples yet because we're just going to, I guess, start with a kick and bass, which currently I do both of them in plugins. I used to do kick samples before, but now I don't have to. So really, we can just stay to the devices here. I want to start off making a MIDI clip, which in this case is not done like that. It's double click. Okay. I was trying to use the shortcuts for Ableton. Somebody did send me a file. Pyburger sent me a file for the shortcuts, which I unfortunately did not have time today to install. But he did send me something here. My Shitwig shortcuts file, live keyboard shortcuts. Yeah, I can just install it somewhere, wherever I need to, and then it should be good. But for today, we're just going to rate the default Bitwig, I guess, without any shortcuts, without any settings. I haven't really looked at the settings either. As I said, this is a fresh install, so this should just work. I did check if my audio setup worked, and that did work. So as you can hear, we do get audio signal coming out of it. At least I can hear it. Let me quickly check over here. You guys should be able to hear that as well, right? The kick drum. There's going to be a lot of chatting today, I assume. The Puppet browser is a better place to find devices and plugins. How do I get there then? So I'm just going to leave this. Let's say that oh, this here. Yeah. Okay, so you can just click here and then type immediately. That's quick, I guess. I like the system that I have in place with Ableton, of course, where it's just with the mouse, right, with my menu thing. Of course, that's an external thing, but maybe there's something for that too in Bitwig. All of these chat things, I'm not keeping up with everything because I just kind of want to experiment. And whenever I do need something, I'll hear it from you guys. But I am going to go back. I found an extension that allows me to download the whole chat. So I'll have everything as kind of like a documentation of what I'm exploring today, essentially. So let's go back in here. Show plugin window, yes. I'm just going to make a kick quickly. I have a preset here that's a good starting off point. And we'll make a track in G sharp. I've been loving this plugin, by the way. There are some small things with it that I would like to see better, but I hope partially that they're going to be resolved in future updates and stuff like that. Okay. I quickly want to go to the gain here, give it a bit more oomph. Something like that, maybe. Let's duplicate that over. Control D is just duplication, and then I want to loop this. Control L. Okay, we'll set a BPM here. Okay. Control Enter if you're ever stuck. Control Enter. Ah, this is shortcuts. Ah, this is all of the features with their shortcuts. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to go through it, but at least if there's ever an action that I need, then I can at least search for that here. That's really cool. How do I get out? Why does it not... There. Still some kinks, as you can tell probably. For the baseline, I'm just going to quickly load up my preset. Again over here, and then we'll find a good bass table. I'm just going to go with a random one. Let's see if it works. I found that starting out with the 8 allows you to get the best feeling for the actual processing that it's going to have. Okay, I would like to play this now. Okay. So M. It doesn't disable the thing. Okay. It just always plays. Nice. You can set the octave here. Not entirely happy with this particular setup here. I'm just going to go for a different one, maybe. Something like that. Does have a little bit of a nasty tone to it, so maybe the 250 that is in here has a better one. Something like that. And then I want to make another MIDI clip again. So it's just double click to make clips. Okay. And then in here I can duplicate that over. Note expressions. Velocity. Perfect. See, I'm getting the hang of this. At the end of the day, you can tell that it's made by Ableton people. Wait. Why is this? Okay. So what happened here is it looped this part for me. So I assumed that was the length of the MIDI clip because the MIDI clip was initially 1 bar long when I created it. So this is now wrong. I need to move you over there, move you over there, this over there, and then... Is there a faster way of doing this? Does it have the double and half thing that Ableton has? It has randomization. There's key related stuff. The channel. You can send it to different MIDI channels from the same clip, I assume. That's cool. I like that. Muted is just like a bypass that we also have in Ableton. In Ableton, you have that ability. If you drag a clip in the timeline from the bottom right corner, you get a loop. Aha. Is there a difference between making a loop and just duplicating something? Like, does this have any negatives? I assume that now I can go in here and edit individual ones, right? Like if I mute this one, that would just mute that one over there. So that's then the way that I want to do it. Just make individual clips of the kick and bass. And if I ever want to make an edit, I can do that without messing up the whole loop, essentially. Or at the top toolbar, you have clip settings. At the top toolbar, you have clip settings. Arrange your clip. Edit. clip. Aha. Scale 200%, scale percentage, scale 50. Scale each. I don't know what that means. But I can play with that. We can play with some of these. Slice to drum machine, slice to multi-samples, slice in place. There's some sound design stuff that we can play with. The bounce in places in here. I also want to look at I have it all written down, the resampling sound design and synth sequence arrangement, that kind of stuff. We'll look into both of those, see if there's anything interesting in there. Yes, if you modify it, modifies all clip if it's a loop. Yes. Okay, so then I don't want to have loops because in Ableton I like working with individual clips. Ableton also does that. You can treat it as a loop or you can treat it as a clip, but I always treat everything like clips. In fact, one of the features from the Live Enhancement Suite is that it allows you to drag out a MIDI clip, and if it would normally make a loop, it would just make the MIDI clip longer. That is really nice. So instead of having the looping feature like you have over here, anywhere where you drag, it will just make a normal one, like we see over here, which is really nice in that it just extends the clip and then you can make edits to whatever you need, essentially. Which in my opinion is a better system than using the loops. But maybe if I start working in Bitwig, I'll use the loops more. I like the custom ability of being able to edit it exactly. What I don't like is that it gives it new names. I would like it to just keep the name. In fact, I don't even like the numbering behind it. I can just call it the track name, or maybe even no name whatsoever. If you select a bunch and hit Ctrl J, it consolidates it into a larger thing. Ctrl J is just, making it into one clip, consolidating it. Shiv Bala, welcome. V3, welcome. Subject Ultra and Tomzul, welcome. There's a lot of new people here. Sai, Glyph, welcome. And you can pin any of these to the toolbar. Okay. You do have to be in a clip for it. Ah, you can pin over here. The reverses, they're already there. I want to consolidate. I guess I would not mind having almost all of these on there. Bounce in place, slice, transposition. I would like to, yeah. Octaves would be nice. Quantizing. Make legato. I don't know if I'm going to be using that. Fold up takes. That is probably useful. I'm kind of assuming what everything does from the Ableton equivalent, like take lanes and the fades and stuff like that. I guess it's pretty universal between different DAWs, but I like having everything in here that I can just easily access it. I think most people will over time narrow down to just the most common functionalities, but being able to at least test them all out and have them all there. Pin everything. Yes. I prefer working in larger size loops for that. Yeah, no, I just like being able to just dive into essentially one beat and edit it however I want. As I said, the only thing that I see negative now is that it does the numbering. Maybe, let's try this. Can I rename this? Rename. Just try Control R. Yeah. It still numbers it. Kick and bass. If I now duplicate this, it will just... Preferably, I would not have anything in here in terms of the name, so I would need to remove the name. And a space. Maybe there is an option. Keep in mind that they change depending on the context selection. Yeah, you can see which ones are disabled. Like fades obviously don't work on anything MIDI. But just having them up there is nice. Inspector to rename. Inspector. That's this over here, I assume. Is there an option to not display names in here? I know there's an option to have it smaller, which I also like, because then whenever do get to the point where I have 200, 250 tracks, then it's easier to go through the project. It is not possible to make it so that you can scale this up and down instantly the way that you can in Ableton. It's like literally switch, and here you cannot scale whatsoever. The other thing that I would want is to remove these devices like this. So it's mainly the timeline, because this is more for jamming and DJing, I guess. This is kind of like the session view, even though it also does have a session view somewhere in here. The mix thing. Yeah, this is the session view that you also have in Ableton. You can do it in multiple clips inside the expector. Yes, perfect. I can group the tracks and then I can make it smaller. And then I can duplicate elements like that. Yes. Okay. Let's quickly go and add some stereo wave to this. Stereo spread. It is not ideal having to scroll so far, so I should probably use click from here, right? Okay, let's do something a little bit more complex. I do like the two-screen view. It's a bit easier to make larger projects. Yeah, I assume if I ever do switch, I'm still in the trying phase, right? So if the main consideration that I have is with the Live Enhancement Suite being discontinued after Live 11, I'm basically stuck on Live 11 because I love that stuff so much that unless they add it to Ableton in a quick way, I'm not going to go and upgrade to Ableton 12 or 13 or 14 for that matter, whatever comes out after that. So it's either stay on Live 11 or switch to something that does it better. Because Ableton itself, I feel like messing around with all of the menus to find the plugins in the same way that I'm doing over here, this is not ideal. So there should be a better way, which I think is typing. So equalizer, if I want that, I just type and now I can EQ this bassline essentially. Maybe low pass. Select your instrument track. Yeah, this over here, these pluses. I think you can just, click on it, type on it. You do have to cancel out of it. Maybe there is an option to make sure that if you click anywhere outside of it, it just automatically closes. There was a little issue there. I hope it doesn't happen again. Little connection issue. So if I want to go for Serum, right, which is a wavetable synth, it doesn't know that. It's not as intelligent as you're marketing it. So let's just... What I want to do first is drum sequencing. Here I can hit escape. No. Escape isn't working. Not to close this window. There isn't a fast way then to go out of it unless you just click cancel here. I mean, it's always showing up in the same place, I think. Roughly. No. Here it's more to the right. Escape works, not for me. Oh, now it does. Strange. Okay. Yeah. We want to get some drum samples in here. This is kick and bass. Oh, that's not nice. You have to hit enter. Or can I do that? Yeah, you can click in here. Kick bass. And then if I click anywhere, it updates. Yeah, you can quickly edit it by just double clicking on the thing. Perfect. Backspace works to close the window. Also, yeah. Okay. Not for me. That is the typing. Escape. Now escape doesn't even work. Okay, you have to immediately go escape. But if you press backspace... Wait, why didn't it work? If I click maybe here. Yeah, if I don't have it... Ah, there's focus. Right, you can see the interface goes a little bit brighter. So you can focus on different interfaces. And right here, there's a little bit where you can see now it's in focus. And you can see it changing, right? In the corners. Yeah. Notwas, how are you doing? Also, Renato, welcome. Davey, I didn't remember if I said hello, but welcome if I didn't. Anyway, let's get some samples in here. I want a snare. There's probably going to be tons of snares in here. I'm probably going to have to do this from the file browser. Here, here, here. Sounds, drum hits, drum hats. Let's drop a closed hat in, an open hat, and let's get ourselves a snare. Okay. Can I just, yeah, duplicate it over? If you select the time, it will work. That means that I can make this shorter, and then, no, it needs to be a strange kind of selection. Here you're selecting this thing. This is also divided up into two things, just like Ableton, where you have a top part of a clip and a bottom part of the clip. Okay. It may look stupid, but I'm trying to understand more of it. Okay, let's say that I want to add a fade. Control zoom. And then there's just a fade at the end here. It looks nice. It looks, the interface does look good. It's sometimes a little bit scratchy looking. Like if you zoom in, it looks nice, but here it's a little bit thin. Maybe not the best representation of the waveform. Sometimes I also see, like right here, I don't know how well this shows up in, what's it called, in the YouTube stream because of the compression, but there's like little gray white areas around the waveform. Maybe if I zoom in, you can see it a little bit. It's like a little bit of gray around it. Do you see? Yeah, now you can see what I see. It's not fully black when it's even on a dark thing like this. Anyway, we have our drums. I'm going to group that. Can I quickly color different things? Yes. Okay, you cannot hold shift and select multiple layers or levels, I guess. But we can make our kick and bass this color. And then this will be drums. Closed hats. open hat and snare. And then we group this as track. Maybe this is the whole song. I do like having a whole song as a group so that I can usually quickly move it between different projects if I ever need to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to switch cursor modes. Ah, there's different cursors. Pointer tool, time selection tool, pen tool, erase tool, knife tool. Okay, interesting. I guess at some point I'll have to learn what all of those do. But it does seem that there's some crossover functionality with... Where was it? Oh yeah, if you make a selection at the lower point, you'll basically be using, I guess, the time tool. Which in this case, if you're using it, you can select everywhere. Okay. Instead of Ableton, yes, I would be switching away from Ableton if I switch to Bitwig. With a big point on if. Okay, let's get some levels in here. This I want to set to -8. I'm just going to set up my basics. Now let's set this to -1, and then we can set the kick bass to -8. The group. The drums go to -10. At some point I'll probably have muscle memory or even a like shortcut for this. But trying to learn everything at once is going to be really hard, so that's probably not a good idea. Okay, let's add some volume ducking. I want a little bit of extra life on this hat here. I'm just going on my day as I'm just kind of like producing. Let's try the reverb here. Way too long, of course. Okay. I'll drag on the bottom right clip to extend it. Okay. As opposed to just dragging over here. Because if I go at the drag at the top, it's also extending it, right? So far, what do you think about Bitwig compared to Ableton? I have a really hard time making up my mind yet. I need to really dive into something like this. This is not a like 1-day test. I already did one stream testing it last year, around a year ago. And I'll probably do more, maybe another 10 or so, before I actually decide on purchasing this. Because switching a DAW is a very big thing, a very big commitment. So obviously I want to do it right whenever I do end up doing that. I'm stuck with Unstableton, too many paid up Macs for live devices that would not give up. That's one of the reasons. If I want to make a switch, I want to know that I'm actually benefiting. And having already spent so much time in Ableton, I'm sure that I'm going to leave a lot behind that I would miss from Ableton. And that doesn't carry over. Including whole projects that I just need to finish. So the switch, even if I were to buy it today, which as I said, I'm not planning to. This is a month's process kind of thing. But even if I end up buying Bitwig, I will still have to go back for at least the remainder of the year, maybe even up until somewhere in 2025, to finish off old projects and to finish off old songs and maybe make even tutorials in there and stuff like that. Normally it extends the content of the clip. Okay. So if I get like a loop, then that is when it's extending it, I guess. Construction loops. Say that we have a top loop in here like this. What is the difference between this? Now it's looping. Now it's also looping. And alt drag. Ah, this is warping. Okay. Biggest question here. Can I make it so that when I add a track, it automatically goes to 0 dB and not minus 10 dB? Switching isn't an easy decision. Exactly. Exactly. Saying Ableton hasn't adopted the cross-platform protocols. To be honest, I don't care too much about that. About specific plugin protocols or stuff like that. They're always late to the party, and many DAWs are late to different things. VST is around to stay at least for a while. In the settings under the audio tab. Settings. I was hitting escape, but I assume it's over here. Settings, audio. Like this is audio. This is like actual audio settings, like which audio driver it's using and that kind of stuff. Behavior. New track volume. There we are. 0 dB. Excellent. I think you can set it up in the main menu. Yes. You will gain with all modulation. I mean, the main goal that I want to find out is how fast can I write an idea. Not how cool is all of the automation stuff, because I'm sure that it's much cooler than what you can do in Ableton. Although Ableton with its Max for Live devices also has very cool stuff. I think Slice is a better algorithm for drum loops. It's set to switch. Okay. Transient preserving spectral switching with format control. Cool. That's like, what's it called? Complex Pro mode in Ableton. I hate that. Having to confirm with enter. Let's add a synth. Let's go Vital. That way I can plug my preset pack. It played when I was moving this. It's now playing a different octave. Okay. I guess we'll just have to put it in here. Okay. And then track at -12. You can do Control T to add an instrument also. It will take some time to build up a proper workflow. Give it a few weeks of work there, and you will be fluent and see the proper results. Exactly. Yes. And that's why you don't want to jump into these decisions, both from determining, okay, is the workflow actually worth it? Like, what do I lose if I give up Ableton? But also, what do I gain from using Bitwig? To be honest, I don't see the grid, as far as I've seen from like YouTube videos, as a massive boost to your workflow, in the sense that it's something where you can spend a lot of time making one sound. And what is really important for me when I'm producing is that I can get ideas out quickly. And if there's some very complex system in there that takes me hours to explore just one single patch, I really don't want to dive into that, because it's not really, how should I explain it? It's not really the best use of your time when you're just trying to get ideas out there of an actual track. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff is more interesting to do in a separate sound design session, where you design sounds before you even dive into the writing process. But when you're actually writing, you just want to be quick, and you want to be able to work with everything that you have over here. Grid is more for creating your own devices. Yeah, exactly. I gained not being pissed about having to freeze tracks from Bitwig. I do want to test that out, the bounce in place. Let's maybe do that on a one shot. Okay, can I now... Is there a way to have the shortcut so that it automatically opens up this? So that I can easily not just make a new track, but also easily pop in a device. Bitwig is a lot of fun. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I just need to see if that fun is worth the money that I would be spending and the time that I would be investing learning a new DAW. B. Oh. Not for me. I want this pop up on a window when I click the shortcut. Because now if I hit Control T, like you say, it doesn't open a device for me. Then I have to go in here. I guess that's not that big of an issue. Okay. Does it not have the same thing as Ableton has, where it starts playing a note even halfway through? That's annoying. Behavior notes chase. Okay. Behavior. note chase. Perfect, and it's in sync. It keeps all of the LFOs in sync. That's very nice. I like that. That's good. Let me get myself a quick drink here, and then we'll make a quick little one shot. I want to do some glitchy sound design with this one shot. What I want to try is, again, it's making these duplicates. Is there a behavior thing that I can make sure that it doesn't name any of the MIDI clips for me? Defaults. Yeah, I would say that it would be then in here somewhere. Enable data collection. I'm happy to help you make this stuff better. Location synchronization, user interface, behavior. To be honest, the amount of settings that you have, the amount of things that you have control over is not much more, it feels like, than you have in Ableton. I guess there's maybe a few more options. Location seems to be working a bit nicer in that you can set up multiple different things. And I guess exclude different plugins and stuff, and you have all of the shortcuts. This is good. This is nice that it has that, because Ableton doesn't have shortcuts laid out like this. I believe they're all hard programmed as well. Like, it's that and you cannot change it. That might be deep editing, like options.txt, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Okay. So there's that as well. There's like extra options that are hidden between, like the almost like console commands that you, I guess console arguments is what it really is. The format in which you type that out in the file. Ableton's MIDI capture is just good. I never use that. And accurate at tempo finding and even slightly quantizes. Okay. I didn't know that. I never really use it because I don't really play it in. This thing over here is a scam. I'd never use this. It's not a scam, it's there for decoration so that I look like I know what I'm doing, even though I don't. That's the essence of it. What I want to do is try to make some glitchy patterns here. Oh, can I make it so that it does 16 notes? This is the grid, but when I click it makes 8 notes. So I assume that I can change somewhere the click size or the insert size that I'm using. You have new track volume option there too here. Yeah, I set the new track volume already. We figured that out already. In the bottom right. This. But this is, I have set it to 16 notes, but these are 8 notes, right? Because this is a beat. This length over here. So when I add a new one, it's not respecting this. Yeah, this is the grid. It's still not, even if you change the grid, it's still not. Can you not delete notes like this? Oh, you can. I'd like to have 16 notes when I'm inserting it. Change the one you add, then add a new one. Ah. Okay. And then I'll have another 16 note thing here. I've just put on a random pattern, sound design wise. Can I go quickly to just the device? Track. That's not what I want. I want to go back. I guess you have to click here then to go back to this window. I do appreciate that you guys are giving me all of these different comments. As I said before, it's all going to be, I can all save it. I can download essentially the whole chat from the whole live stream, and then I have all of your tips and everything in the nice text document. It is not a nice text document. I would need to format it quite a bit, but I can write some software to do that if I ever really need to. And I can even control find in it and that kind of stuff as well. Okay, what I want to do is do my grid synth kind of thing. This technique over here. It's too high. Okay, shift down. I want them all to be a little bit smaller. Snap to grid off. I just want them a little bit. Holding shift. Yeah, in Ableton that's Alt. Okay, Alt. Okay. Yeah, just I want them a little bit smaller, just enough so that there's no clicks. Excel Tilt, Pro, finally I meet you live. Thanks for your classes. You're welcome. Welcome to the stream. It adapts to the last selection. Yeah, the note thingy. That's cool. So that means that even if I do like now this, yeah, it makes them shorter. So I can always go in and then edit it. I can just make one note exactly the way that I want it and then write from there, I guess. Even then, does it... If I double the set selection, it doesn't keep it there, no. So I would have to select this one over here. And then it does. Okay. Okay. Going back into the synth, let's make this like that. Let's change some of these around until we find something cool. I'd like to loop this. Okay, what I'm going to do is duplicate this over a couple of times. And now I want to try some warping and some glitching up, see if we can get some audio to be a little bit more destroyed, see if there's any native ways of making interesting glitchy sounds. And I want to try out bounce in place. So I assume that if I do this, it just makes it audio and this becomes a hybrid track. Okay, this is very strange. We're now into territory that I'm not familiar with in a DAW, having audio and MIDI on the same track. It does look very cool though. And it is very sensical. It just replaces the MIDI and the synth with the audio when it's playing. That does make sense, right? From a concept. I mean, yeah, in FL I had it. Put anything wherever you want. That is even more freedom. If you really think about it. I'm on Studio One now, very happy with it, pretty fast DAW. I'm not going to go through through all DAWs. Already switching to one new DAW is a long experiment, and I know from my time working with or starting out with Reaper that it was the same thing. Reaper is also very, very complex. I'm crashing out again. The live dropped me. Yes. I should be coming back. This was a big crash. This was a big disconnect. I hope that I'm back for people, that people see me again. This is very annoying that stays in your YouTube studio thing. It hope it's going away. It's back. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, sorry for that. That's just the OBS crashing or my connection issues. Very soon, as I said, when I have the new apartment, I'm going to have fast internet. I had it checked, and they have 200 down and 190 or 180 up in megabytes per second. So I should be good in the new apartment streaming in terms of my connection. If there's still an issue, then it's because of OBS, and it's an OBS connection issue and not something that has to do with my modem, which I am now suspecting is actually the culprit, my modem. Bitwig is not the problem of the crash. No, of course not. It's either OBS or, as I said, my connection, my modem, my internet connection, because I'm still on a 4G modem. It's just what I have to deal with. I hope that I can also up the bitrate. Then, if I get my new internet, that my stream just looks a little bit better in general. Because every time that I'm editing it now, I see how terrible my stream looks, which is very annoying. Even though it's a static screen most of the time, it's still sometimes when you open up a plugin or something like that, like it takes a little while for the interface to adapt when you look at it on the stream. If I do this, you guys will see terrible quality. My stream quality should be going down right now. I can see that as well in the preview later. OBS has so many settings. I tried during pandemic times. Was a hard job to set it up properly. I do feel like I have a decent understanding of it. But there is still some problem with my stream, and I'm suspecting, as I said, that it's my modem, my ISP, whatever it is. And that hopefully changing that to a more stable and just in general more like a faster internet is just going to be a massive benefit for me, even outside of streaming, with uploading the videos, uploading other files, that kind of stuff. Whenever I'm doing collaborations, that stuff, whenever I'm handling big files. Also when I'm editing for other people, of course. All of that stuff is going to become easier. Let's get back into it. What I want to do is I want to see if I can mess this up with some warping. There are warp markers and that kind of stuff. Are there warp settings here? Yes, this stuff. I want to see if the slice is very similar to what happens in Ableton. I'd like to up the pitch here. Pitch up 12, 24. Let's see if that does the same thing that Ableton does, where it glitches out the audio. It does it even better. Very cool. What if you just do stretch AD? This is a more nasty one. This is kind of like a granular thingy, I guess. Formants controls grain length. Okay. Let's try this. That messes it up pretty nicely as well. I would like some different patterns in here, maybe. So let's do some... Can I consolidate this into a new audio file? No. That's just... Control Z, does that not work? Is there no... Undo grain size change. It unconsolidated for me, but it kept the name. This is now set back to the settings that we had before. Okay. Then this needs to be bounced, I guess. Yeah, then you get the new audio file. Okay. Let's splice this up. I have no idea what I'm looking at. It seems to have worked. Now I can drag these around. I would like these to be one thing though. Yeah. This one thing. Duplicate that over. I'm just kind of messing around with different ideas here. Let's move all of this forward one and then go like this. Oh, this one is not set up properly. I want this like that. Can I make it smaller? Or stretch it, I guess? Holding Alt is stretching. Okay. There's some glitchy stuff going on. I like that. Now I can select it all and consolidate it into one thing. Yes. But it's still multiple things. Right? If you really want it to be just one file, you just go bounce in place. Okay. Can I splice it up? Control S to cut. Oh, there's like the knife thingy. There and there. Okay. I'll have to get used to that. You have to switch mouses to do that. And then here we're gonna go down an octave and see what we get from the splice thing. Okay. I want to split it again, or is it E? No, because I'm on a hybrid track. It's starting to play notes there. Try select audio in the clip at the bottom, and in the inspector on the left, try the operators. The operators. On the bottom left. Okay, I got around. Good luck. Thank you. To do crazy chops. Somebody does then have to jump in for dash for a second to see what the operators are. In the bottom, try to select the audio in the clip at the bottom, and in the inspector on the left, try the operators. I'm assuming that this is the inspector, but I don't see any operators. This is all regarding the length. This is fades and dB where it goes to, I guess. Select at the bottom. No item to select. Time range. Or here. The clip is actually a container. Operates. Ah, over here. Aha, okay. So I click this, then I click the file, and then we have the operators. Okay. I have no idea what's happening. Ah, it's stretching the waveform in a certain way. Okay, now we're back to off there. And I don't know what this is. It auto chops. Okay. And that's just this thing over here. Ah, and you can set kind of the way that it's chopping stuff up. Ah. Does this, why does this, or do I have to do something like this? Play when fill mode is on. What I want to try first though is envelope for the pitch. This changed now. Do I have to bounce it and then consolidate? Okay. What I would like to do is like a little pitch sweep going through it. Pitch here. This stuff. I don't want it to go up and down. I want it to be... Oh yeah, here we go. Does it not consolidate these into one single thing? Do I have to do that here? Control J, no. This is one thing. How do I make this one thing? I have multiple files in here, right? How do I make that one file? Or do I just bounce and place this? Ah, you bounce and place that. Okay, got it. That's what I want. So that I can just sweep through it like this. Maybe go from 9 down. Okay, I like that. We bounce that again. So kind of just commit it. I do like working in waveforms like this where you just commit every time. Okay, so we got this part here. So this is already glitched up. I would need to do that for everyone, of course, but I'm not going to do that right now. What I'll do is I want to have the blue glitch on there. Bounce the consolidation. Yeah, I got that. I thought you needed to go. If I'm holding you up from your normal work, then there's many more people that are in here. Those selections you can... As I said before, it's hard for me to keep up with the chat when you're all screaming tips at me. I do really appreciate that. Keep them coming, because I'm saving all of the live chat as one big text file that I can then use to run through later and look over the tips again, essentially. So I want the glitch plugin in here. This one. Okay. Let's say that I want to automate this. Add automation lane. Okay. My attempts have been unsuccessful. Delete. Add. Where are the automations? In Ableton, there's a button for the automation view. I assume there's something similar here. Here we have inputs, input and output. That's nice. Oh, and it just has one. That's cool. I like that. The hamburger menu. Today is not a good day. Today is a a day full of disconnections. What I'm probably going to do is I might take a break in a little bit, and then I'm going to try to turn off and on my monitor, my modem for a little bit. So then the stream will crash for a longer time, maybe like 2-3 minutes. But then during the break, I will be gone for a little bit. And then when we get back, I hope that the stream is a little bit more stable today. Okay, so say that I want to do the output mix. I can just go like this here. Just for this bit over here, say. Can I record from this track? Because we're getting different sounds from different positions. If I go all inputs, tracks from Serum here, is this recording? Where's this MIDI? This is an instrument track. Aha. I want a audio track to record audio. Add audio track. Here we can go after this and record from here. Yes? Apparently not. That recorded over the wrong thing. I want to record on this thing. Okay. And can you then just drag this in here? Yes, you can. And then I can set this like this. And we'll get cool stuff happening, I guess. Then I'll glitch this up even more. I'll have to add a note here. That's a very strange note. Can I make it shorter again? Here. Okay. What I want to do then is change the seed, I guess. Random seed. Good luck, hope your connection straightens. I hope it too. This is hopefully a temporary problem. Until I get the new apartment. Why is it suddenly so... Okay. Ah, because I'm holding shift. I'm still getting used to this new keyboard as well, so... Can I switch halfway in between? No. That doesn't work. Okay, I guess then what we can do is bounce this again to audio so that we can glitch it up even more. And that means that we can turn off the mix here as well. And maybe instead add a little bit over here. We're kind of slowly committing it into a more glitchy sound. That part is very loud, so I want to 5, knife, 1, and then go in here and lower the gain, I guess. Okay, I like that. There are some cool workflow things that we're doing in here, trying to get glitchy sounds. This one I liked as well. Maybe a bit of resonator on stuff like this could also be nice, because this one does have it. Or we can just glitch this up even more. Right in the last part over here. That's cool. What I'm going to do, because this glitch plugin works on randomness, we can take this whole thing, like so, and duplicate that over. And we're going to get a little bit of a different sound. And then in here, what I'll do is I'll quickly change the pitch thing. Oh, we already committed that to audio, I think. We can do maybe... Can we make it go up smoothly with a different algorithm? Okay, that is strange. We'll go with the random seed again over here and change that. It's playing back in a different way every time there. Here I want to go up once and do the slice thing again. Okay, let's take these last two and bounce them to audio. Consolidate this thing and we'll take this whole thing down an octave. On splice again. Slice. Okay, cool. So now we have our track. Let's do a little bit of processing with the EQ. Nice glitches. You can also try modulators for modulating what you want. You could use, for example, the step modulator to do what you do here. Yeah, I guess once I get more into knowing exactly how it's going to work, then that would be something that I'll look into. As I said, I don't want to export too much of the different deep dive things into here. I just want to get a general idea of the workflow for now. What is this one? Is that just the first? Ah, that's the first band, I guess. Here you can change it. We do have 24 dB per octave, which Ableton doesn't have, which is nice. I like myself some 24 dB per octave. Okay. Let's try their delay. I'm just going to go for the plus one because I think that that's the best, probably. There's like a chorus thing in here, which is cool. Why are you learning a new DAW? Is it for the plugins? No, it's since Ableton is lacking so much in their latest update of the things that I actually value in a DAW, the new things that are coming out in Bitwig. I just want to see if Bitwig is potentially just a better option for me in terms of producing. It's the features like plugin sandboxing and that kind of stuff is sometimes something that causes me crashes in Ableton because Ableton does not have it. And in general, it's just a potentially better experience when you're working that way. When it comes to Bitwig. But I'm still not convinced that I'm going to switch, actually. Why not buy 242 Hz high pass by Delay like dub mixing? I'm sorry? Bitwig is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm just not sure if it's exactly the right workflow for me. Let's hear our little track thingy that we made. Try to mix this in. The delay is not coming out whatsoever. Ah, there's an extra audio thing here. What I'm going to do is arrange this. Here we have the whole track. Of course, we want our vital and this grouped as instruments probably. You have to hit enter here. That's something that I would need to learn. And I want this to be in the track. Yes. That way I can duplicate over everything. Oh, it also duplicates over the thing. That's annoying. Okay, then I have to duplicate this over. And then here I would like to make a breakdown. See, there's still some hassles to work out. This, I would like to make that shorter. Can you not do that? Can I just delete this? Yes. Okay, some plugins seem to not allow playback. Hey, now it works. Yeah, if you touch a macro or something like that in here, or any parameter, I guess, it no longer allows you to play from here. The HP by the delay plus, I wonder why you would go HP deep like 100 Hertz or so. I mean, the filtering is already happening here. So filtering is happening here. So I don't need to filter over here. This filter doesn't matter, because the filtering is already happening here. The delay is not generating new frequency. As far as I know, it's not generating new. We can test that. But I assume that the delay, which is just like a linear process, shouldn't be remaking that lower frequency stuff. Pretty much the same as what is happening over here. You could argue that this low cut may be a little bit steeper if you want it to be steeper. For cleaner separation. Dash is lurking here somewhere. He had to go. He had to leave. He said he was busy, and then he stayed for a little while longer. And then he eventually just properly left. He eventually just really just left us alone. And no, just kidding. What I'm going to do is I can cross off a few things off my list. One of the things that we haven't done yet is synth sequencing. One shots, we can do a few more one shots, but we have done basic drum sequencing, we have kick and bass creation, we have done resampling, sound design, and warping, and we have tested the automation. So I want to do a little bit more sequencing later on, and I want to do a little bit more arrangement, just adding a little bit of extra sound design. What I'm going to do first though is take a quick break. I'll put on some of my music, and there will be a temporary disconnect of the stream for maybe like 2 minutes or so, because I'm going to be resetting my router. Don't be alarmed by that. You guys can just come back and all stay here, and the stream should just buffer for, as I said, 2 minutes, and then it should be good again. What I need to find now is my music. Oh, I also need to add that, I think. Add new location. Add music location. Select folder. Where is it? Here. Aha. Okay. I'm gonna put on this track over here. Can I just drag that in somewhere? Yes. Set to 0 dB. I'll solo it. I'll loop it. See if that's properly done. It is. So now I should be able to just play back. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to be back soon. I'll just take a quick break, and once we get back, we'll do the other few things that I still want to do, and then we'll just chill a little bit, chat a little bit, and make some music together while I'm exploring this new DAW.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. Naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, you would fulfill all your wishes, every kind of pleasure you could conceive. And then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. So in this idea then, everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality.
This thing over here crashed. That's annoying. Can I fix that? Give me 2 seconds, I need to fix the chat here. Because I disconnected the modem, the chat had to be reset. Synthetics, welcome to the stream. Alpha, welcome to the stream as well. Lus Curry Dad, welcome as well. I know there were some older things in there, some older messages, but that's okay. Let's get back into this thing over here. The 2 things that I still have on my list is synth sequencing. So I want to try out how maybe you can make some grid synths and use some ARPs and maybe some MIDI modifiers, MIDI effects if those things are available. So let's make a new instrument track here then, and let's see if we can just make a MIDI clip. A 1 bar thing. It always makes 1 bar, right? I assume. See, stop. Welcome, welcome. Curious of what version of Windows I use. This is Windows 10. As you can see, everything is on the left and we have the old start icon here still. So I'm still on Windows 10. Ecosphere, welcome as well. Nice to see some new names in chat. Today is actually a very good stream, looking at just the amount of people showing up. I guess it's a very interesting topic. I will be doing this more, of course. Not just because it's good for the views, but also because it's just fun and interesting to do. What I want to try is, let's say that I just have a synth that plays 1 bar thing. And I want to somehow split that up into multiple notes using some kind of MIDI effect, if that's available. So let's see. We have instruments over here. There is some MIDI effects. Let's first put on a serum. And then let's try maybe chopping something up like this with like an arpeggiator. Okay. We need to solo this thing over here. Okay. I want the length to be lower. Okay, I'm not really looking into doing different notes, but that's of course also a possibility. What I would like to do is randomize the velocity. So I'm just doing that in here, but maybe there's a better way of doing that. Randomize or something that has to do with the velocity. Velocity curve, randomize velocity. There we are. These are turned off, I assume. You have to like turn them on. Timbre. I have no idea what that is. Pressure, gain, panning. That doesn't seem to work. Maybe you have to assign that. Oh, here. I'm still so used to the Ableton where you open the plugin over here. Maybe you have to assign those things to somewhere. Yeah, pan, timbre, and pressure. X and Y. Let's set that to some quick things. Oscillator A, panning. Both ways. And then we can try to set up some randomization on the pan. Hello? Oscillator A, panning. It's not doing it. Why is the randomization here not working? Looking at building a new PC soon, but yeah, Windows. Yeah, I like Windows 10 over 11. From what I've seen, it's not great yet, Windows 11. Why is my panning not working? Does this need to be in here? It's just panning it to the left now. Or to the right, sorry. Yeah, it should randomize this value, right? Why is it now set to 0? I don't know this module. I was hoping it would change the MIDI thing. And the velocities coming out of it. But that doesn't seem to be what it's doing. Tracks, instruments. We're back with connection issues, it seems. I want to see what happens if I record from this thing after the randomize. Does it change the velocity? It does make random velocities, it seems. And the pen is also random. Why then is it not going into the synth? Why is it not going into Serum this way? If I change pitch, does that register? It's just maybe the synth is not enabled for MP. It is. I'm not mapping them to the macro, I'm just mapping directly from them. It's like it's not going into the synth, the MPE data. Go down by the plugin and go down to the plugin. Go by plugin down to the sign and open the Bitwig modulators. Okay, what does this do for me? Do I put it in here? Do I have to randomize it from here? Random with feedback and smoothing. No. Does it have to be before Serum instead of after? It is before Serum. This is the randomize and this is the Serum. There, push it, no push plus. Here. Less talk, more action. I'm learning a DAW. What do you expect? That I'm just sitting here and know everything that I do? No. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Okay, now how do I get it to have MPE enabled in here? Because it is enabled in here. It's just not sending its data to it. Okay, what do I do? Control voltage? No. Expressions. Pressure. Okay. Can I open this up bigger? Because I want pan. And this is just velocity, timbre, release, and pressure. This is not the expressions that these are. Kicker. More talk, less action. That's what we expect. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, by the way, DM. MIDI? No, it's not MIDI data. It's like expression data, right? MPE. I would need an MPE thing then, which is not here. Any category. So this should be everything. Note driven. Key track, MIDI, key track plus expression, 16 channels, MIDI. So that's just going to be MIDI CC data. That's not what I want. Cancel. What? Oh, what's this? Pages. Wi-Fi. What? Let's not do that. Let's keep it here. Relative to note start. Expressions. It's still not working. Is the timbre working? The other one that we're randomizing? No. Can you put randomize inside of that little plus box? No. I cannot drag it in here. There is a random in here, but that's a different thing. This looks to me like just a random generator. Yeah, you can see it just making like steps there. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. What we can do is just set that up inside of Serum itself. Right, we just change these to note on random instead of the randomness that we have outside. But maybe I thought it would be cool to do something cool with that. In here, instead of the volume, we're going to go to wavetail position, and then we'll set this up to... let's go with a wavetable instead of one of those single cycle things. By the way, if you want to have access to all of these wavetables and many more of my products, today is the day to do so. I might as well do a little bit of promo since there's many people here today. I am currently running a sale on my Gumroad. So let me just quickly open up my profile. If you're interested in any of my products, my masterclass, which is almost 24 hours of edited footage where I explain everything that I do while I make a track, including mixing and mastering. There's sections on that as well. Here are all of the packs that I sell. There's a wavetail pack in here somewhere as well. This one over here, which is the thing that we just used to make that sound. We have the preset packs for Serum. We have the new preset pack for Vital. We have the new bass tails patch that we used earlier on in the stream to create the bass line. We have a whole bunch of other collections, stuff like that. We have our mini packs for just $2, or in this case, $1.40 because there's the sale going on. If you use code SPRINGSALE at checkout, you'll get 30 SPRINGSALE24 is the code. All lowercase, all attached. If you use that on checkout, you'll get 30% off of all of the products that you see here. There's also the license and the remix packs, where you get all of the sounds for a track from my album. Or if you really want to go crazy, you can buy the whole album that way and license the whole album for remixing. But that's not something that many people do. It's the main thing is the masterclass and the packs, of course. And of course, all of them are 30% off right now. But that random would affect the pan in the module. That module with the plus box has the pan knob. Does the random module not control that? It has the pan knob. Does the random not control that? Pan. Where? I would assume that because it's this is MPE data, that there would be a module for MPE somewhere in here that you would be able to change or tap from or something like that. It doesn't seem to be in here. Okay, for these ones, I'm just going to gain them. Okay. We'll EQ this a bit. I like that you can drag either a shelf or a... not anymore. here. If you click on the line, it will allow you to make a shelf. Otherwise, it will always be a filter. So if there's a filter already present, you cannot make a new shelf. Okay. Okay. Can this go away? Hey. We're getting a few clicks in here. Nice, we're getting a little bit of that distortion texture out of there. And then we'll add another delay. Can you not scroll between? How do I get to the delay then? Well, you have to scroll here. Okay, that's annoying. I don't like that. Can you share presets for Vital? I don't have any. Yes, as I said, they're currently on sale. So you can just go here, scroll down, and then buy this pack over here. If you use code SPRINGSALE24, you'll get 30% off. So this will be $14 instead of $20 for you. And for Patreon members, by the way, they have a year-round discount code. For the second level of Patreon members, you get 20% discount. And for the highest level of Patreon member, you'll get 40% discount. So if you're really interested in all of my products, a strategy that you can do is become a Patreon member technically for the discount code. Buy all of my products and then leave again. Don't do that. That's not in the spirit of why it's there. It's of course to help the people that are actually my Patreon, right, for long term, so that they can get a little bit of discount of my other stuff. Which synth is better, Vital or Serum? It's the same. It doesn't matter. Just the one that you're most comfortable with. They're both massively powerful. I've noticed that in some cases, Vital feels a little bit less precise. But that's because it does spectral stuff, I think. And maybe also because I'm so wired into the workflow of Serum that I just know how to use it better. You don't want to use the existing automation features in Bitwig, you can just build your own. But without the jank of Max for Life. To be honest, I like Max for Life. At least the ones that I have. Of course, I'm not building my own, so I'm just using things that other people made. But they are really, really powerful. And I'm assuming that the grid is kind of the same in Bitwig. In fact, I do want to maybe try out a atmosphere made with some random modulations, and we can use Bitwig itself for that. So let's go like this. And what I would like to do is have all four of these be able to modulate them with something. There's a grid thing that you can use, right, to do multiple modulations. Remote controls, that's the other thing that we saw. That's not what I want. Let's say I want to use that grid thing to make like actual modulations and to set up something more complex on the macros in terms of the modulation. How would I go about doing that? What I want is I want to be able to control all four of these macros from modulators that I can then edit and tweak and maybe multiply and do some cool stuff with. What would be the steps necessary to do something like that? To set that up? Can I turn it into a grid element or something? Click on the plus. Isn't there like a 2D thing where you have a 2D building blocks kind of thing? And choose a module like step modulator, for example. Yeah, but how do... I know that there's individual modulator things here. But is there not a way to make it bigger, to open it up bigger? Because I know you can like link modules into other modules before you assign it as a modulation. I don't want to just modulate this here. Click on the plus again. Okay. I can think the plus before serum to the left. Okay. Let me delete this thing then. And then here, the grid. Node grid. Is this what I want? Oh. This may be what I want. Yeah. And then I want to assign modulations to macros. So this is the node. I think this allows you to change node data. There's a lot in here, isn't there? You have to click Alt F4 to make it bigger. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll try that. Are you asking about the grid? Yes. So this is the grid, but how do I assign stuff from the grid to this macro over here? Or do I need to set up a macro here and then send it into there somewhere? Or is there maybe like a macro in here? Input, output. Here we still have the gain in, pan in, pressure in, timbre in, but that didn't work last time. CV, control voltage, audio sidechain, hardware, modulator. I think that's what I want, right? Can I move this? Okay. Is that now being controlled by the modulator? If I put like a... Can I move you? Yes. And then a sample and hold LFO here. 16 notes. Send this in here. Does this play? I might need to give this an input of something. I don't know what these are, by the way. I'm assuming that this needs playback information somehow. I'm just looking here to see if the modulator is actually modulating this thing over here. Maybe if I just get like a knob temporarily so that I can check it. Gates, triggers, pulse saw, window. Is there a way to just have a knob like this so that I can set a value? Display, input, output. This is all node stuff and stuff like that. Oscillator. I guess a sine wave could show us at least if there's modulation, if I set up the modulation properly. No. Or does this also need to start playing somehow? That's the read trigger. Does it need all of these? Phase in, no. And this. I have no idea what I'm doing. All I wanted to do is set up some modulations, but nothing seems to be playing. Or did I not set up this properly? How can I see if this is properly linked? Can you even link to something that is outside of it, or is this just linking to this over here? It doesn't even seem to be attached to here. It doesn't even seem to modulate this. For modulate, you have to click on the plus in your instrument panel and choose a modulator. Yeah, but I want to build something with this and then use that to make my modulators modulate stuff. I don't want it to be just one of these things. Or do I need to set it to here? No. It does. See, it doesn't seem to be setting like this one over here. It is actually showing that it's being modulated and being changed by this. But if I move this one over here, it doesn't. So I'm assuming that you cannot assign it to here. You can do stuff in NodeGrid, but you have to learn how it works. Yeah, and that's what I want to do. That's the whole point of this experiment, is to see if I can get the NodeGrid to do cool stuff for me. To create a more complex kind of modulation. Is there just a way to open up the grid in here? Modulate the button, not the device. Yeah, but this doesn't work either. Here or here doesn't. It doesn't work. How do I get stuff to go into Serum if I'm modulating stuff over here? Let's just delete this. I just want like sample and hold 16 notes modulation to start off with, just so that I have something to experiment with. How do I make that work? Greetings from Mexico. Thank you. You are looking at random sample and hold modulate the macro 4, right? Yes, but specifically with this sample and hold over here so that I can play with all of the things that are in here. I don't want to just put a sample and hold in here, like we have this sample and hold. I don't want to just use this little thing here. I want to actually play with all of the different parts of this so that I can make something cooler, essentially. But you can modulate the parameter, add a modulator, change the parameter of the first modulator, etc. Add a modulator, change the parameter of the first modulator. I am asking you guys. You guys should help me. There must be Bitwig users in here. So this I can set this up here. But that still does nothing for me because this does not assign to this. How do I get this to control this? How do you get stuff out of here? If you're using this to modulate stuff, how do you get it out and into the synth? Do I have to use MIDI CC? We'll go channel 20, I guess. And then in Serum here, CC, MIDI. Okay, and then MIDI CC, we want this to be 20 on channel 1. And then this guy goes away. How do I undo this modulation from this guy? Delete. Now it's unmodulated. Perfect. And then we go like this. So now this sample and hold should change that, right? Or is this not playing? The second column on the left is the output, so the sample and hold needs to connect to the output. You smoosh them together. Yes. Okay. So this is some MIDI CC stuff, right? This is like the pan and the timbre and stuff. But now we have an alternative next to it that should be controlling with this, the macro. Because this modulation is set up and this one isn't. So why then is the LFO not working? Why is it not modulating? Do I need to play MIDI through it? I might be an idiot. Ah, now it's working. Okay, so then I can open up the note grid again. There's not really a good way to then have it somewhere. Maybe that was also what was causing it before to be so strange, I guess, in that it was not playing. Maybe that the macro does, the modulator out does work in a way that you can modulate other things. It's still smoothing. It's not really stepping in a way, is it? It's still like going up and down. You can hear it smoothing. My headphones are starting to annoy me. For example, the MIDI input is connected directly to the MIDI output. Yeah. So this is just sending it on beyond the note. And if you don't want to send stuff beyond, you can turn it off. But that does mean that it needs a MIDI note to go in here. This sample and hold seems to still be smoothing even when the smoothing is all the way down. Let's say that we do something like a dice. And then we put the arpeggiator in front of it. This should be the... Okay, let me just delete this. This should be the trigger, and this then goes in here. Ah, no. Dice is what I want. It's gonna be a random value, I hope. It's still smoothing it. I don't want that. I'm also in the same way going to assign macro 3 over here, so I can switch between them. Macro 1 and macro 1. Let me just quickly set up something like this. Now we're listening to macro 4, and now we're listening to macro 3. So we can try 2 different ways of modulating something. I still want to have it like smooth sounding. Because I like that I can do this now. That means that I can at least build something up in here, right? I can do some cool stuff, maybe mix different things together and try some cool modulation setup, but it's smoothing everything. I don't want it to smooth, I want it to quickly step back and forth. Let's see how it works if I do just a random, for example, in here. This shouldn't smooth anything. Okay. 16 notes. No smoothing. What are we currently listening to? It's still not as good as the normal randomness that you're going to get from Serum. I guess there's a little bit of a delay in the whole grid system in here. It doesn't really matter, because what we can do is we can use this to our advantage to make cool, smooth atmospheres. So let's do that instead. Let's go this over here. I'm going to take 4 MIDI CCs. Wait, how would I do that? If there's just 3 MIDI CCs in here, how would I do 4? Can you do multiple modulators? Can I add even more to this? Yes. Oh, there's more. Oh, okay. Perfect. Delete this. Delete this. Move this there. And then we go MIDI CC. MIDI. MIDI. And MIDI. Okay. Let's just make this 22, 21. Can I? Oh, here it is. I still have to get used to the fact that everything is moving around like that. Okay, then in here we can go MIDI out. Like this, and like this. And we should be able to... You can hold control. This is nice. You can hold control and it will make an exact replica of that. I would like to have one more. It's not very space efficient the way that we're working here. We have all of this space to work with. And this will be MIDI CC data. I am going to make some stuff in here. I would like some macros on this as well. I guess there's ways to get modulation into this too, right? Because there's a modulator in here. That way we can set up some macros and modulate different mixes between different random stuff. But for now, we're just going to try what happens if we give each of them their own separate random generator over here. Let's see what that does to our serum. We need to set up the different modulations. We need to turn all of this off. I need to set it up like this. This one is already connected, so this is going to go to macro 1. Here we have macro 2. And then here we have macro 3. Only one of them is generating something. Can I display stuff? Oscilloscope. Okay. Doesn't seem to be working. VU meter. Can I see the loudness of the signal that we're generating here? Yes. Okay, that's perfect. That way I can set up one for each. Why are these not working then? Ah, I haven't set these. Aha. That would do it. 22 and 23. So now all 4 macros should be doing random stuff. Perfect. Okay. So let's play around with this idea here. I'm going to set this to random. And what we'll do is we'll just make this play like that. Let's get a nice big range going. Let's get some nice wavetable going, like the analog dB sine over here to get some overtones. We're distorting a bit there. I want to quickly go out of the grid and make this the whole length over here. Cool. Okay. Then we'll assign one to the pitch itself. I want these modulators to work a lot slower though. Let's set this. Can I set the note in here? Yeah, this is quarter note. Let's go with hertz values. Just kind of setting them all at a different value so that we get slightly different speeds for all of them. Could be cool. That's cool. Then we'll add our bandpass to this. That's also going to have a macro. There's some cool stuff coming from. Okay, I'll chorus this a bit. Then a bit of reverb. I don't know if it's too loud or too quiet. Let me know. There's also the hold mode. Maybe it's the one stepping that you wanted to do. I'm back. How is it going? It's going okay. I got all the modulations to set up. I know there's like a stepping mode here too. But we're getting some cool stuff out of it, so I'm happy. Cool. We do have still one macro left, so I'm going to add another filter over here. Maybe do like a little comb filter thingy. Not enough from the timer of the LFO. Ah, okay. It wasn't what I was after, it was like note length or stuff like that. I would like to know what the hold does. I guess that just holds it in place. Yeah, now it seems to be moving again. This is cool. When it comes to stuff like this, I like to record that, but what I want to try is just duplicate and then bounce in place. That will just make one of the variations for it, and if you then don't like it, you can probably do it again. Yeah, what I would probably do in here is try to split this. Oh. We can delete these and maybe have the atmosphere come in like this and this. Can you make edits to the fade, or is it just the fade like this? Is there like a fade shape? Auto fade, auto crossfade, reset fades. There's these. But it's not more up and down, is there? It's just the length like this. Is there a way to like set the tension of the fade here? Like you can in Ableton? I think when it's used with the randomization, it renews the modulation when a note is played like note on random in Serum. Okay, cool. I like that. There's some interesting things that you could potentially do in there, in that it might be nice to combine certain elements, and then you can take part of the LFO itself, of the sample and hold itself, and then part generate a new value when a new note is hit, and then you should be able to maybe like mix them together. There's like a mixer over here somewhere, I think. I hope. Yeah, the blend. You can just blend two modulations together and kind of use both of them to control a parameter. That's cool. Oh. I want a delay on this. I don't like that you have to move down here to scroll. I'd like to be able to scroll everywhere. Why is the delay not delaying? Why is this delay not doing anything? Or is it on this? Ah, I moved it on the wrong track. I'm not using the note grid often. I just made an autoplay-like module. Yeah, I assume if I ever get into Bitwig, I'll make devices like these with a lot more control and stuff like that, so that I can just do that myself, right? There seems to be like macros in here that you could use potentially. Like just have a macro, I guess, modulate anything that you want in here. Right? Yes. Can I delete the automation that is on here? Does that delete? No. I have to just set this back to maybe 0%. Yes. Okay. If you mean when, I am not sure. I am still in the exploration phase on whether to switch to this DAW or not. I might not. Will depend a little bit on how the next few times of experimentation are going to go. How long have I been streaming? 2.5 hours. This is a more tiring stream. I noticed that I'm thinking more. So it's definitely putting a strain on the energy that I have. I might need to take another quick break soon, and then we'll do some more sound design stuff, maybe. Yeah, what we could do is just duplicate this over again and bounce and place this again. That way you get a whole new variation of sounds. That's the cool thing about these patches. Get this whole new variation of sound, and you just cut them out. If you go to the 5, you can knife stuff. And for example, I can take these two things, and I can go to the 1, delete, 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 and then just add some fades to it. This then now needs its delay too. Control. You cannot control paste in here. Copy. Control C. Copy. Why can I not paste an effect on here? Ah, you have to select the track. Okay. Cool. I like it. We'll delete that. This will be our atmospheres. No, I don't want that. I want a normal track in here, or an instrument track in there. Let's take a vital. I just want to create a quick backing synth here, just to see how quickly I can do that now. Okay. And then in the vital, I can go. You can see that I'm starting to get the hang of it, and that I'm starting to get some muscle memory with where everything is now. Right? At least I hope you can see that. I hate that it doesn't play here. Okay, I like that. I want to once again add the delay to this. Our next segment doesn't really work with the segment we had before with the sounds here. What we can try to do is maybe something like this. It doesn't show the note here because it's too short, I guess. We would maybe duplicate this over here again. Oh. Wait, why does it not play from here then? Now it does. Let's add another track in here for some squelches. To be honest, when it comes to this DAW, I might jump into it without any template whatsoever, without anything set up, because it seems that everything is like very big. I don't know if working this way allows you to do everything one may want to do. It does seem like that. This may be nicer to work like this. The only thing that you then cannot do is edit some of the fades, I guess, in here. Let's go in here for a serum. Okay. Somebody suggested something to do with Euclidean rhythms, which I am a big fan of. The note repeat. Note repeats here. Okay. Euclid. Okay. I like that. In this mode, you cannot duplicate time, I think. Or can you hold a shortcut? You can. Okay, so if I hold shift... Wait. But it also doesn't align with the grid this way, which the other way did. So I would have to, for my duplications and stuff, I would have to do it like this. That's very annoying. I guess the other way around that would be to temporarily switch to mode number 2 and then back. But that's also not as fast. Press 2, yeah. Set up a key bind for the track height toggle. I think that is what would end up happening then. But that's going to be... does it really become annoying? If I have like 200 tracks in this project, and I zoom in and out, I do this and this, it's going to move to a different part in the project. Maybe. A different height in the project. I don't know, I would have to check that, of course. That is one of the things that we might end up building towards and might end up experimenting with one time on stream. In fact, we can test it right now. Give me 2 seconds to pour myself a drink. And let's see what we get. Are you still on? Yes, I am still on. What we can do is just temporarily add more tracks to this. Outside of the thing here. And let's make it a really big, simulating a really big project over here. Right, many instrument tracks. What happens if I select this track over here, close it, and then open it up again? Yeah, so this is a concern. It's no longer on the same height if you do that. It moves the height around. Because this moves up. So then every time I toggle, I would need to scroll back to the track that I was actually on. Well, while I left, since we were all blowing up, chat figured I didn't want to stress out your first exposure to Bitwig. I do think that it's nice that I have the chat in here. I can just ignore it for a bit, and as I said, I want to have the chat replay, so I can download the chat replay as a text file, so that I have all of your tips and everything that you say during the stream inside one text file, and I can essentially just go through it like that. So that's not an issue for me, if people start spamming too much. You can open Ableton projects in Bitwig, by the way. I know I tested that and it sucks. It does not work. It doesn't convert them in any proper way. A lot of the information is missing. A lot of my presets or a lot of the sounds were set to the default state when the synth opened. All of the automations or some of the automations were missing. There were a few, but it just didn't work whatsoever. Nice song. Thank you. This clearly needs some delay. I'm just kind of producing right now as I would normally do, so I'm just kind of going through things like that. This needs some stereo width. M stereo spread I would like. What's all the way over here? Okay. Okay, let's try the same Euclidean rhythm thing again, but let's see if we can use that for an FM synth. Go back here, go Serum. I'm just trying to see mainly also if I'm just naturally able to get fast with it. If that is the case, then any troubles that the DAW may have will figure themselves out eventually, right? You'll eventually get into that workflow. But if that does not happen, if it doesn't feel fast, then you need to say, like, is it actually going to work or not? Okay, that overrides the note. I would like this to be locked to the beat, if possible. It's going to create 60 notes, which is what I want. This re-triggers the note. Is there a way to not have that? No. I just wanted that one note to go up one semitone, but there's other ways that you can do that. You can do that inside of Serum if you really want to. Okay, we're getting somewhere here. If you want to modify the rhythm, you can also record the MIDI. Yeah, I guess that is also an option. We can just set this over instruments, Serum, note repeats here, and record this, I guess. And then I would be able to just move this down there, duplicate this over, get rid of this thing, or just turn it off. And then we no longer need this modulation because we're just gonna be able to do that in the MIDI. Holding D doesn't continue duplicating. That's a little bit annoying. I don't really like the tonality that we have in this synth over here. Let's go with the first one from the Tones pack. Tones pack is really good for FM stuff though. This one doesn't seem to like the key change. We can make the synth a little bit more interesting, I guess. I like this. I like where this is going. Can you make another Atmos pack just to show what kind of modulations you did in general? We can do some more stuff, yeah. We'll do something more complex still. Let's start with the node grid thingy again. Polygrid. Is this different than the... Or this is the instrument? Yeah, no, I don't want that. I want a phase plant. We're gonna do another atmosphere. And after that, I'll probably take a break. We are going to use the node grid thingy in here. And then in there, what you essentially want to do is you want to set up expression controls, as far as I understand. So what we need to do is we need to first open this up and allow all of the modulators to be modulated. So that means that we need a lot of MIDIs. Here we need a MIDI. We need 8 of them in total. MIDI. MIDI. Let me quickly turn this off here. So then we go like this. There might be a way. Is there a way to... Yes, okay. There's a way to do it faster, as you can see. What I would like to have a list of... Oh, here they are. You can just scroll through it and then assign like this. This goes here. This goes here. No. No. Here. This goes here. And then you go macro 4. It doesn't really matter in what order you do them. All that matters is that there's 1 to 1, I guess. Over here. And then over here. I'm just setting up the modulation system. Of course, we need to differentiate in here. So we need to set up VDCC. I'm going to start off with 10. And then this will be 11. This will be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. So now we have 8 modulation things set up. We need to generate MIDI CC in here somehow. So again, we set this up to 10, and then holding control, I think, yeah, you can drag like this. Perfect. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 17 here. So now we have all of the macros set up. So all of the macros are going to be modulated if we just send modulations into this stuff over here, which is exactly what we want. I'm just going to move this to the side here. And I am going to create some randomness. Let's do maybe 3 randomness for now. And we're going to set these probably fairly slow, because again, we're doing like an atmospheric thing. So I'm going to set this in value of hertz. And then the cool thing that we can do in this case is, first of all, we set up these things, I believe you need, otherwise it doesn't play. But we should be able to mix between them with the various blend options. And then what that means is that we can set up maybe this one going over here, this one going over here, and it goes like so. And then the next one is this one over here and this one over here, and it goes maybe so. And we just do that for all of them. We set up a various combination. And the cool thing that we should be able to do is modulate this blend amount with maybe a macro thingy. One of this modulator out. If I set this modulator, I can set this over here and maybe set this over here via this one here. So now all of these blends should also move. If you play a MIDI note. Yes, and we want, of course, full smoothing on all of these because we're making a very smooth patch. And there's more stuff that we can do. We can have another modulation over here. Modulate maybe this. Does that work now? Yes. So that's moving as well. So now we can just do that for all of them. What are we looking for? We're looking for blend here. And you can make this as complex as you want. You can evolve as many modulators as you want. I'm just going to set up some random ones for now. Just random assignments. Honestly, I don't really care about it. I might want to have one that is like double. So here, here, and here. Essentially, we're just trying to modulate a whole bunch of different parameters in a different way. And by setting up different blend amounts and maybe even modulating some of the blends, we get different cool modulations, hopefully. The goal is that we generate a whole bunch of different random modulations for all 8 of the parameters that we're modulating here. So this is going to go here, it's going here, it's going here, and it's going here. We're going to have another one that is going to go here, here, here. Ever so slightly, I'm just kind of doing this randomly. As I said, we'll have one that is maybe a blend of this one and this one going here, 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 and like so. And now we should all be getting different modulations out of that output. Let's just see what happens if we assign everything and open up Faceplant. This seems to be all doing different stuff, which is cool. Exactly what I want. Okay, now we can assign some of these. Let's just get ourselves a cool sample here. Looking for something atmospheric. Preferably something like that, maybe. We'll modulate the timing here. We'll modulate maybe the harmonic here. We'll have one for maybe the panning on these. Maybe the overall panning would be cool. These seem to be mainly to the right for some reason. I guess we can use this to our advantage as well by setting up a modulation like this and then going here and then have this smooth. Okay, let's do a format filter maybe. Then we go frequency shifter. We can use this macro over here for that. Set a bit of a lower mix, and then we'll go with the convolver, and we'll just get a very big room. How can I see the length of these? I don't know if I can. We're getting some cool stuff, I think. I would like it to be a bit more mono. So I am going to take stereo thing over here and turn down the width a bit. Now the now the panning is not that extreme. Hello projector, are you switching to Bitwig? That is what I'm trying to find out today. I am experimenting a little bit and just seeing if this is a better workflow for me. There's going to be more streams before I make a decision on this. I might do another 10 streams before I actually decide to purchase the software. As you can see, I haven't purchased it. So I'm still running the demo. Meaning that, by the way, the project that we're working on now is not going to be able to be saved. As you can see, it's not working because we are in the demo mode. So all of the things that I'm doing at the end of the stream will be gone. So mainly here, pitch modulation inside a reverb. In this particular case, yes. The whole idea behind these atmospheres is that you set up a modulation system somewhat like this. And you can even do that in here with just the randoms or any other synth that you may have, or any other system. If you're using Max for Live, you can do it like that. And the point is to modulate different parameters. It can be the pitch moving up and down. It can be a frequency shifter moving up and down. It can be a bandpass filter, that kind of stuff. It depends kind of also on what you're starting out with, what kind of oscillator. You may want to do like 2 or 3 of them. You may not want to go the granular route, but another way. There's many cool different things that you can do to get cool atmosphere sounds. Like I can make this a bit more complex by maybe having this start high and then go lower on this modulation. This is not what is responsible for the other one's pitch. I want to avoid using the same parameter for the same thing twice, essentially, right? So this is gonna go into maybe the reverse over here. This is gonna go into level differences. This is gonna go over here into maybe the semitones. And let's just see what happens if we mix these two together. We get a horror movie. Why is this no longer working? You kind of did it in a really convoluted way. You just needed to add in dice random where you put all the CC 1 to 10. I know, but this is more fun. This is more combining different things and trying out different ideas. At the end of the day, I'm not really trying to get the best project out of this or the fastest like exact workflow right now. That is something that will develop over time. Right now, what I'm just doing is just experimenting and seeing if I can get my ideas to actually come into the DAW and to become some kind of music. That's the whole point of I want to say this stream, but these streams, because as I said, I am going to be doing more of these. Because one, I find it fun, and two, it's a great way for me to see if the Bitwig way of doing things is just better to me than Ableton. Right now, I am on the fence. I would say there are some cool things in here, but it feels like some of the interface, some of the ways that Bitwig handles different things is a little bit convoluted, is a little bit strange maybe. And I would need to see what it would mean for me to switch over fully. I cannot judge that in one stream, so I would be doing more of them. And even then, you don't really get a good idea unless you like really spend like a year actually producing in it as your main DAW. And as I said, even if I switch, it will probably be like mid-2025 when I would be fully on Bitwig, because all of the other work that I still have to do inside of Ableton, all of the projects that I still need to finish in there, that kind of stuff. You get that with every DAW. Exactly. And that's why we need to test these things before we actually make such a drastic decision to just splurge. I don't even know how much it is. It's like $500 on the whole thing. How much is Bitwig? Bitwig Studio, I assume. Buy. How much would it cost? Bitwig Studio with everything is $400. The grid, are you student or teacher? To renew or upgrade your license. Okay. How does it work with the updates and stuff like that? If there's a Bitwig update, do you have to buy it again just like you do in Ableton? Renew/upgrade. Or you have to log in order to do that. So I cannot see how that works now. 12 months of free updates, future-proof all Bitwig Studio updates in the following 12 months are free. Okay. So you would get 1 year of updates then. Just kind of like Reaper has. But with Reaper, it's one major version. So I bought Reaper when it was in version 6. I got Reaper 7 for free. You get a year's worth per purchase. Yes. Perfect. That is a good system. That's better than Ableton does, where you pay once and then for every upgrade you have to pay again. That's also another selling point, of course. But that being said, not spending any money and staying with Ableton 10 is still a cheaper alternative, right? And it's not like I am like really looking to switch away from Ableton. That maybe should be made clear here. I'm not looking to move away from Ableton because at the end of the day, Ableton allows me to write the music that I want to write in a very, very quick way. So I would need to be convinced that there is a quicker, better way of writing my music that I can switch to, which Just takes time to learn if that's actually what is happening inside of Bitwig, if I actually write better, quicker music inside of Bitwig. I am not disappointed with the features that I have inside of Ableton. I'm not looking for more stuff. I am not out of inspiration. I'm not out of creativity. The only thing that really worries me is how future-proof it is. And it's getting less future-proof with the day, it feels like. Because, how should I say? When it comes to Ableton, it seems like they're not really taking care of their power users. They just care about the new flashy features that attract new users. But once those users are in the Ableton ecosystem, they are not like, oh, we need to update our plugin delay compensation, we need to add plugin sandboxing, we need to add all of these stability features, all of these things that actually matter in a day-to-day workflow, which is not something that you can advertise with, right? Plugin delay compensation improvements are not something that you can put in an ad because nobody is going to understand what that exactly means. By the way, I say improvements, but what I really mean is redesign. Because when it comes to Ableton, it is meant for live setting, hence the name Ableton Live. So its plugin delay compensation is actually very well designed for live setting, if you want to do live performances with it. Because it's the shortest in that it does only one calculation. The problem with that is anytime you have a time synced plugin, essentially what happens is it does a calculation at the beginning of the chain and at the end of the chain, and it doesn't compensate in between. So other DAWs compensate per effect, per plugin. So this will be compensated for its delay, this will be compensated for its delay, this will be compensated for delay, and that will happen at the end of the thing, at the end of the device. Ableton does per chain, which means that if there's any time-based delay in there, it's going to be offset by the amount of delay that is earlier in the chain. That is why sometimes LFO2 doesn't sync in your Ableton projects. That's sometimes where any transgate doesn't sync in your projects. That kind of issues is what you're going to get from that. I'm going to be taking another quick break here. We'll continue working on this a little bit more. Just experimenting, seeing if we can make some cool music out of it. Which I guess we're already doing. Let's see which track I'm playing next. Oh, I'll play the master that I'm on the fence on of Game of Life. Can I see this is Mix 2, Mix Master 3. This is probably not the final master. I still need to do make sure that it works from a spectrum side. But it's basically the final track. The only thing that I need to do is balance the spectrum against the reference track kind of thing. But that's something that I'll do later on this week, I guess. All those companies are just looking for revenue streams, sadly. I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's what a company is supposed to do. In a capitalist system, there's stakeholders and they just demand like, hey, you need to make me a certain amount of money. It's just that it feels like Ableton is trying to do that in a very annoying way. But on the other hand, if there is an upgrade that you don't really care about, like how I don't care about Ableton 12, in fact, I would lose features from Ableton 12 because Live Enhancement Suite, the thing that I use for the menu when I right-click and can select plugins, that is not available in Ableton Live 12. It is no longer supported. But that means that I would lose some features if I were to upgrade, and I just choose not to upgrade, and therefore I am also not spending any money. Like at the end of the day, it's not like a subscription service where even if you don't get new features that you like, or even if you don't get an upgrade that you like, you're still paying. I have paid for my DAW, and now I just have a DAW that I don't have to pay for anymore if I don't feel the need of upgrading. If I do want to upgrade, I can make that choice and I can, upgrade again. But right now, it doesn't feel like the upgrade is worth it. So at this point, I choose not to spend my money. To be honest, at the end of if you think about it like that, it is a pretty okay business model, because then you only pay if you actually want the features that you want to get. Because I believe it is not more expensive to skip a major version and then upgrade later. Like, you don't pay double. It's not like every major version that you go higher, you pay 150 or something like that, whatever the upgrade price is, or 100. I don't even know. Right? Does that make sense what I'm saying? You only pay the money that you pay for an upgrade if you want the features that you're actually looking for. Either way, as I said, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back. In the meantime, listen to this track over here and tell me what you think. And then we'll continue working on this other one. I do have to check if there's not many things soloed. I think here it's kind of like Reaper, how you can solo multiple things. And in Reaper with Control, it's solos everything, but I guess here not. Anyway, see you guys in a little bit.
passionate player, to me, that's one thing. It's a fun game. But where the real fruit is in the social aspect, where you get to meet people and play them a game and have a fun, competitive game. You do the best you can, but if you don't win, you won anyway. Because when you lose, you win too. Because if you're paying attention, you learn stuff.
Why is my kick sounding so distorted here? That throughout the whole mix? It sounds really strange here. It's not like warping it, right? Ah, it is warping it. Okay. How do I not do that? Sorry guys, I didn't know that it would be warping the file. How do I make it not do that? How do I ignore tempo here? Put it on raw. Provides no beat and time synchronization. Perfect. Yeah. Is it now still distorting that? No. I might still go back into this mix. I might not. I'll have to see how it goes. I am back on the screen, right? Yeah, microphone is working. Everything is working. Okay, we're back in this project over here. For those that are just new to the stream, we are experimenting with Bitwig. It is still running in the demo version. I am considering maybe purchasing this. But there's many more times that I would need to experiment with it before I actually make up my mind. While you're also here, you would also may want to know about the fact that I'm currently running a sale on my Gumroad, which gives you 30% off of everything if you use code SPRINGSALE24, all lower caps, all attached. So you can just use that on checkout and it will give you 30% off no matter how many products you buy, whatever you buy, everything on the store is 30% off. You can see here we have the remix pack where you get a project of mine from the album, the Stories of My Mind album, as well as the license to remix that. We have vital packs, or the mini packs over here. This is the dark side sequences. This is Granular's phase plant stuff. Top loop drum construction kits over here, and then particles for serum. And then here are my bigger packs. There are some smaller packs in here, like the tones pack is not really that big, but the tones pack volume 2 is very big, for example. These are like single cycles. I use these a lot in my day-to-day sound design. The new packs are the bass tables and the Psytrance Vitals volume 1 over here. These are presets for Vital. And then we of course also have my Serum presets up top over here. So if you're interested in any of that, you'll find my Gumroad in the chat. Right there. You can also subscribe with your email to get notified whenever I release a new product or whenever there's another sale going on in the future. And it helps support the channel. So if you ever plan on purchasing anything, thank you. Ad read over. Let's get back. Let's say that we want to do a melody in here. Can I just consolidate this? Yes. And then here. And you could then duplicate it over. It doesn't follow the timeline, that is annoying. It doesn't move the timeline when you duplicate. Even here, if you want to make this more exciting. Why does it not show the whole thing? That's strange. We can add a variation here. Let's try out what Mind B is saying with the instrument selector thingy. Can you quickly select? You have to be up top. Okay. Let me... Zooming in is also in reverse than what it is from Ableton. Can I quickly just cut this? Like that? Or can I... Oh. Delete, 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 delete. Here. And then this... You cannot make this smaller, right? Or can I do... Yes, that. That's what I want. I would like you to start from there. Like that, yes. Okay, let's try what Mind B is saying with the instrument selector thingy. You cannot move up and down if you hold middle mouse. There's another annoyance for you. Instrument track 7 is empty. So we go track, clip, open hat, what? Serum. Another cool stuff I often use is the instrument selector and modulate the instrument selection with a step sequencer. You can add multiple instruments and modulate the selection. I think there's a button for that somewhere. Unfortunately, with the delay, when I watch the stream back, it will be better. But with the delay, it's often hard to remember what I was talking about when you respond to something, because there's a long delay with it. Okay, so this is now the instrument layer. If I add 3 serums, right? One, two, 3 serums. Then we can modulate the instrument selector, as you're saying. What is this? Where did my serums go? There. It's an instrument layer, not an instrument selector. Does that matter? Does it need to be an instrument selector? Instrument selector. Okay. Can I convert this? Convert to instrument selector. Okay. Manual. Okay, now what do I have to modulate to select different instruments? Say that I use like a macro. Index. Can I remove this modulation? Let's just reset it, I guess. Right click on the arrow, then a plus to choose a modulator. Right click on the arrow. Modulate the square on the top panel. This thing? Or this thing? Or this? This is the index. So if the index goes... Ah, okay, yes. Yes, that's working. Okay, yeah, we can do a cooler thing. As you said, like a step. What is it called? Step sequencer. Where's the step sequencer? Relative key track sample and hold segments. Select 4. Stack spread. Wavetable LFO. Express envelope follower. Just steps. Ah, here, yes. Okay, let's delete you. For some reason it deleted the other one, the one that I actually wanted. And then we set this to go up. Okay, let's dial in 3 different instruments over here. 3 different tones, I guess. Just quickly. Power of the tones back for you. I'm just going to look for interesting looking waveforms. Maybe this one. Here. This should be a new one then. Yes. Maybe it can be cool to use one as a wavetable, like a bandpass sweep kind of thing, maybe. Let's look for an interesting looking one. From here, we can maybe modulate it like this. And then 16 steps, we're gonna go like this. That seems to not be working yet. Strange. It also needs to be faster, I guess. It needs to be 16 notes here. Why is it not... Okay. Why is it not switching manually then? Or do I need to send new notes to it? That's cool. I want it to be a bit shorter, I guess. Is that cool? Yes. F1 brings help and it's interactive. I don't know what that means. F1 just seems to switch different windows around. Put 16 notes, several notes. Yeah. Now it makes sense. Sorry, I wasn't looking too much at the chat. I am exploring a little bit for myself as well. There's some cool stuff in here. I would like to be able to maybe separate this more. I guess we can do individual processing, right? If we go EQ over here, it's just gonna affect that first one, I guess. Is there something like a note length that I can use? Yes, note length over here. I want it to be an entire 16 note. And then on this one, I want it to be a little bit less gritty. And we'll do some stereo spread as well. Wait, did that remove my EQ? That's annoying. You have to hit OK every time then. Even if you want to add multiple plugins at the same time, you just have to do it through that OK thing. And then we'll have a final EQ here, of course, for mixing purposes. What can be cool is to take something like this and have it come in from maybe over here, meaning that you would want to automate the volume of that individual thing there, which we can do. Automation is feeling pretty nice, I would say. And then over here, of course, we would go with maybe something like this, having that come in. The highest frequency is here. We just have this whole patch kind of coming in like this. Alt plus right click to drag on an automation to curve it. I figured that out as well, yes. Right click, left click. Left click up and down, yeah. One of the things that is important in my particular workflow is being able to see where the key is of something. Is there a way that I can do that? In Ableton, you can open this up to be bigger, that it kind of shows up full screen. Here we are. Does it tell me the key? It does. Nice. This seems to be in the key of E, so we're gonna pitch it up. F sharp plus 2 more, and then this probably has to be on the slice thing here. There's no need to say sorry, MindB. There's stream delay happening, so whenever I'm asking you guys a question, there's a good chance that by the time that you answer, like half a minute has passed and I've already figured out the answer for myself as well. That's just what happens when you have stream delay, which unfortunately I need to have in order for the stream to even work the way that we want it to. I think I'm getting close on to 4 hours of streaming, right? Yeah. I am pretty happy with what I did today. It's sounding nice, the track that we've made. And of course, a lot of experimentation with Bitwig on how you would write into it. This is in no way is this extensive research, what we did today in how it's going to be used. I need to do many, many more of these. And since you guys were all very interested in today's stream, I will definitely stream more sessions of me just trying out Bitwig in the future. Can we add some psychedelic percussion design? We can. We can do that for sure. Let's see if there's any good resonators in here, because that is an important bit of psytrance sound design, is a proper resonator. I have recently discovered the power of spectral resonator inside of Ableton, and I would like to have that as well. Let's take... I'm looking for a fill with like percussive elements to it, with a lot of change. Like a very dynamic one, I guess. Something like that. Okay, I would like to slice this. Slice to a drum machine. Okay, where's my drum machine now? Is that here? Oh, it's this thing. Okay. It doesn't put it immediately under it, it just puts it at the bottom of your project. Okay. Let's look into this. Delete that, and then we want to basically trigger random nodes. Can I make it so that it just selects a single of these nodes here? It also didn't split them up properly. I wanted to do transient detection. Slice at on set, I guess. Yes. Now I have the slices. I basically want to randomly select individual nodes from this. Is there a way to do that? Like I'm playing all notes and I just want one random node to come through. In the arpeggiator, what I could do inside of Ableton is set a random over here where it would just select, yeah, this. Order is arbitrary. It does seem to select the same one every time. Doesn't really matter now. It does seem to work the way that I want it to. Okay, resonator bank. Ooh. That sounds terrible. Can I get it in a specific key? Can I tie this to a key, or do I have to do that manually? Is there a preset for this? Oh, there it goes. Resonator bank. Okay. Now I need to find the preset for this. Or I need to manually tune it. Which honestly I don't like that I have to do that. G#5. We need one at G#0 as well. Or 1, whatever it is. 1 and 0. I want 1. That's the lowest it will go. It only does those 3 there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably do transformer here. So that I can pitch it down like 2 octaves. That's something that we can play with. Let's go with like a random generator on this thing. Not that thing. This thing. Can I make... Okay, can I make this bigger? There we are. How can I make this trigger restart time? There we go. We're starting to get somewhere. It's a... You can use a pitch shifter. I can do some cool pitch shifter. I am already doing something with a pitch shifter. What I want to do now is like a comb filter kind of thing after this. So we have an exciter, right? Now we need to just get a comb filter. It is getting very loud, so I'm just going to turn down the level here. There we're getting some cool stuff out of that. And we're also going to use... Can I control copy this over? Yes. And then I can assign that to not here. Control copy this there. And now I can assign this here, I guess. Sometimes it resonates really hard. Oh, I think I need to turn down some of the resonances over here. We're getting some cool stuff out of that. We'll add a delay on top of that, and that should give us not really the exact vibe that I'm going for. Maybe I am pitching it down a bit too much now. Inside of M Transformer. It's just louder now. I'll have to turn it down a lot actually, still. Very uncontrolled feeling here. I want to do some multiband dynamics on there. Is there a version of OTT in here? Multiband dynamics. Like, does it come with like a pre-built OTT preset in the way that Ableton does? Does anybody know? Dynamics. Are there any presets for the stock devices somewhere? All devices, Bitwig presets. Nothing. Maybe it's because I haven't installed everything. I believe there is like a pack that I would still need to install. Package. Essentials by Bitwig. I'm assuming that this is all of the presets, or this includes all of the presets for acoustic drums and percussions. Give you wealthy options to choose from. No, it doesn't include that. Where are all of the presets then? Bitwig presets. I want presets for the devices. No, but yes, split band, you just need to toss compressors in it. Oh, so I need to build my own version. If you nest devices in an FX chain or container or another device, you can use the same modulators on all of them. Okay. In this case, I did want to generate two different random signals. So I didn't want this comb filter to have the same modulation as this shift over here that we're using. I would need to build my own multiband compressor. Oh. Well, I'm not going to do that. Let me cancel this so that I can go into all devices and just go OTT. We're going to do it the Ableton way, which is just immediately pulling up the OTT, the effect that you actually want. And then we do stereo spread, M stereo spread. This may be more suited as a one-shot than a sequence, actually. The way that it's sounding. I want more delay on this. I want it to be high and spicy, I guess. You can type enter when you have to choose a plugin instead of OK. Oh, that's nice. There's an OTT preset for Multiband FX3, I believe. Okay. But I don't have any presets in here. It just sets 0 on everything. Even if I don't search anything. Like my library, packages, collections, sound content. This is Bitwig devices presets, right? But if I take the Multiband FX3, is there a way that I can find the presets in here? Like open up its... Ah, this looks like something. Main. Open remote controls editor. What the fuck is this? Preset pages. These pages are stored in the current preset. These pages are available for all instances of this device. Let's cancel out of that. You're right, Multiband FX3 has the Multiband Dynamics presets, that folder. In here? No. It is in here, but it doesn't show any presets for me. Now there is. Oh, but these are just devices again. Presets. Multiband dynamic preset. No, it doesn't find it. If you do multiband dynamic preset, it find it either. Bitwig presets. Nothing. Bitwig presets is just empty for me. Bitwig presets 0. Am I missing something? Am I doing something wrong here? You're missing a package. Yes. I think that's the case too. Which package do I need to get the presets? I thought it was this one, the essentials, but that's just saying that it's drums installed. Nothing. Available, everything. Bitwig. Acoustic drums. Bass and guitar. Essentials. It gets started with Bitwig Studio. It's installed by default. Oh, why did it say before that it was drum stuff? I guess we do have to install this then. Okay. That would make my life a lot easier, of course, having an OTT already in there, or multiband compressor. Underneath the power button, here, this opens up presets. Once I have them installed, that is, because I need to still put in the essential package. Once this installs and downloads, it should be okay. They have it all set up for you to customize. I do think, yeah, there's a little bit more customizable if you have the multiband as an effect separated from the dynamics, which from what I can hear you guys saying in the chat is actually what is happening here. In that this is just dynamic, or this is just multiband splitting. Now we have multiband dynamics. Okay. Can I go into the dynamics devices then? Ah, here. So this is the dynamic bit of the high, the mid, and the low. We have a tool and a compressor, and all of that is already mapped in nice ways. Even the reverb too. I see the reverb is a bit more customizable than what we have in Ableton, I think. But when it comes to customizability, nothing is going to beat the reverb that I usually use, which is M Turbo Verb. M Turbo Reverb, sorry. M Turbo Reverb, this is many times more customizable than whatever you're going to get in Bitwig. Even if you put all of the grid stuff and all of the multiband stuff and everything that Bitwig has to offer, here you can edit your individual late reflections, you can write your own algorithms, everything. You can layer multiple early reflection generators and late reflection generators, and you have your dynamics and EQing and mid-side EQing and everything. So customizability often isn't the idea that you can customize, that more customizability means better sound is often not the case, because you can dive into M Turbo Verb and really spend the whole afternoon just designing one reverb, but then you end up with one reverb that you designed. The most important factor for me is how fast can I get my ideas into the DAW, because I'm not mixing in this anyway, so I don't really fully care about all of the minute details of the sound that I can tweak and this and that. I just want to get ideas in there that I can slightly balance with each other and maybe do some preliminary EQing and that kind of stuff. And then it goes into Reaper at the end of the production stage, and there I actually do my mixing. So I don't really care about the full customization that I have on hands here. It is of course nice to have, but I don't want it to get in the way of anything. Like, had you told me there is no preset for multiband dynamics, you will have to build it yourself. And anytime you want a multiband effect inside of Bitwig, you kind of have to build that yourself. Then that's not the best solution in my opinion. It's maybe better to have a bunch of actual multiband plugins that you just set up and then immediately load. That is a lot quicker. Bitwig's reverb isn't the best in my opinion. If you want a better reverb, I highly recommend M Turbo Verb. It is a little bit expensive. I think not even that expensive for what it offers, but basically any reverb that you want to create or emulate, it can even analyze impulse responses and rebuild the reverb from scratch for you, if I'm not mistaken. But M Turbo Verb can do it all. It is the best reverb. And that's not just for me. Ben Jordan recently did a video on ranking different reverbs, and he also said M Turbo Verb is the most versatile reverb. Is this your first track in Bitwig? Yes. I think I'm going to end it here today. I have been streaming for quite a while, and I'm happy with the result. I learned a lot about the software, and I'm going to continue learning about the software. I'm going to be doing many more of these streams. I might do another 10, 12 before I even make a decision on whether to switch or not. So there's a lot of interesting content going to come from me exploring Bitwig, and I hope you guys will stick around for that. I am going to try to do another stream later this week, which isn't the feedback stream, where I'm do some normal production, so that we can actually make some progress. Because unfortunately, right now I have to close out of this project, and since this is still the demo, I cannot actually save any of the work that you see over here. So next week we'll just have to, or next time we'll just have to start from scratch. That is unfortunate, but that is one of the limitations that you have when you're running a demo. But yeah, that's going to be it. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Also, again, if you want to check out my Gumroad sale, right now is the time to do so, because the sale is running up until the 5th of May. Code SPRINGSALE24 to get 30% off of all of my products, including my masterclass, which I highly recommend that everybody gets because it's really, really good. It's 24 hours of edited footage where I explain everything of making a track, mixing, mastering, production, all of my little tricks, everything that I do. So yeah, don't close Bitwig until next week. Unfortunately, I have to turn off my computer at some point. But yeah. See you guys.